영어 채널입니다.
감사합니다.
있어도 되겠을까요? 담당자가 누구예요? 아니 한 사람 또 요분 소개를 해드리니까 이태준 씨.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2022 문화도시 국제 컨퍼런스의 개회식이 시작. 참가자 여러분들께서는 모두 입장하셔 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 본 컨퍼런스는 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널이오니 참고하시기 바랍니다.
This conference is simultaneously copyrighted by the hosts and organizers of the Culture City Expo and International Conference. Secondhand editing and distribution of the materials are prohibited. Any use of presentation materials, images, and videos without prior consent will violate the Copyright Act. During this conference, we abide by the nation's COVID-19 prevention guidelines. I kindly ask all participants to wear your masks throughout the event.
잠시 후 오후 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Sora, the MC of the International Conference on the Cities of Culture 2022. This conference is being held under the theme of Regional Innovation through Culture, Future Strategies, and International Cooperation for Cities of Culture. We'll share policies and cases on the world's cultural cities and legal schemes to come up with the Korean-type cultural city program and future-oriented strategies. And to this end, we'll share the nation's first and we will begin the opening ceremony. Before that, I would like to introduce the programs of this conference. This conference has a keynote speech followed by two sessions and a roundtable session. The keynote speech will examine the conceptual framework for local development policies changes in European capitals of culture 1.0 to culture 3.0. In session 1, we'll discuss the culture-driven regional development and case examples in Korea and other countries. Session 2 will touch upon cultural engagement and innovation of local communities. Then we will invite key speakers for a roundtable to discuss future strategies for cultural cities as a platform for regional innovation and measures for international cooperation. Now let us begin the main opening program. I'd like to introduce distinguished guests who are joining with us for the success of this conference. Mr. Yoon Sung-chul, Head of Culture and Arts Policy Office at the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Mr. Oh Im-soo, Vice Mayor of Seogwipo City. Mr. Lee Jong-yul, Regional Policy, Culture Policy, and Mr. Jung Ga-byung, Chairperson of the Culture City Deliberation Commission, Ms. Hyun Sing, Chairperson of the Seogwipo Culture City Promotion Committee, Dr. Pierre-Luigi Sacco, Professor of Economic Policy at the University of Chile, P.S. Carter, and Ms. Karen McGuire, Head of Local Employment, Skills and Social Innovation Division at OECD, and Ms. Dr. Lee Tae-jun, Professor at TDI School of Public Policy and Management, are here with us. We have other distinguished guests, and I apologize for not being able to introduce each of them. Now we will move on to the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Cities of Culture 2022. First, I would like to invite Mr. Oh Im-soo, Vice Mayor of Seogwipo City, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him.
네.
It's an honor to meet you all. I am Oh Im-soo, Vice Mayor of Seogwipo City. Thank you all for visiting the beautiful city of culture, Seogwipo. And I would like to welcome all of you, including the officials in the Cities of Culture programs. Especially, I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Yoon Sung-chul, Head of Culture and Arts Policy Office at Ministry of Culture, and Cha Jae-geun, Director of Regional Culture and Development Agency, Jung Ga-byung, Chair of the Cities of Culture Deliberation Commission, and Dr. Professor Pierre-Luigi Sacco, and Ms. Karen McGuire from OECD. It's been 3 years since the outbreak of COVID-19, and our society has overcome the difficulties and are nearing to the recovery of daily lives. And Seogwipo City was designated as the legal city of culture in 2019. And immediately after that, the COVID-19 pandemic occurred. And after that, we worked together with the different neighborhoods to overcome the difficulties and risks. We worked together to develop cultural heritage of those settlements and neighborhoods. And those who visited Seogwipo City, especially the neighborhoods, shared their experiences, especially in terms of culture. In the process, officials in the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism provided immense help with us. the cultural competence decides the international competence. Seogwipo City and other regions on Jeju and in other regions in Korea have different characteristics that are competitive. These will help boost cooperation and consult harmony amongst the cultures in not just in region but also in Korea and overseas. Now we're hosting this conference under the theme of regional innovation through culture and international cooperation for the status of culture. Hopefully, this will be the robust start for new visions and strategies. And hope your visit to Seogwipo will be memorable. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. We will now invite Mr. Yoon Sung-chun, Head of Culture and Arts Policy Office at the Culture Ministry, for his welcoming speech. Please welcome him with a big hand. It is an honor to meet you all. I am Yoon Sung-chun from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. I would like to welcome you to the Expo and International Conference on the Cities of Culture 2022. The weather is so nice outside, but we're staying inside to share some really good case examples. Seogwipo is so attractive, and we're here in this attractive city of Seogwipo to host the first international conference on the cities of culture. And thank you, Mr. Oh Im-soo, Vice Mayor of Seogwipo City, for allowing us. And I'd like to welcome Professor Pierluigi Sacco and Ms. Karen McGuire from OECD. And I would like to welcome all of the other speakers to attend this conference. This conference is we hosted this conference to search for future strategies for culture-driven regional development. The topic is regional innovation and future strategies and international cooperation. In 2018, a total of 18 cities of culture were legally designated, and the cities led the culture through regional development through culture, and they work together and engage it actively in regional culture activities. And this conference will share the efforts over the past 3 years, and we invited speakers who will share with us the overseas cities such as Italy, the United States, and UK. And hopefully this conference will help us build a forum for to understand how the cities are creating their city brands. And lastly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the officials in Seogwipo City who helped organize this event. Hopefully, you will advance and find the successful achievements in this conference. And now we will invite Mr. Jung Ga-byung, Chair of the Cultural City Deliberation Commission, for his congratulatory speech. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am Jung Ga-byung, Chairperson of the Cultural City Deliberation Commission. First of all, for the success of culture policies, we're holding this international conference, and Seogwipo City and officials under the leadership of the Vice Mayor Oh Im-soo and those in the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and those other officials in the regional development and culture agency made strenuous efforts to host this event. Thank you. This is considered the second forum, but this is actually the first round of international event. For regional development, especially balanced regional growth through culture, would be able to be achieved through this policy. Therefore, this policy of centering on the status of culture will provide us a lot of agendas to consider. We opened the new horizon of the culture, and however, the national government invested their budgets into the regional development, and that is one of the unprecedented cases in the world, I suppose, and hopefully we need to have discussions with the focus on this issue. Now, the time has passed since we first designated the cultural cities due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we also have the list of preliminary cities of culture, and many expectations have been made, and there will be a need to make amendments in the process. The current administration focuses on the cultural enrichment, and the Minister Park Bo-gyun of the Culture, Sports and Tourism also seeks to achieve the premium cultural cities. The culturally attractive nation that is sought by the current administration has focused on the uniqueness of the cultures in the cities. So the culturally attractive nation should be based on the uniqueness of particular cities. And as you already know, this project is based on the legally binding project, and it is also the project that designates the cities that have the particular aspects in culture. And after finishing the first round of this project, we need to achieve accomplishments with visible outcomes. And culture and arts are important, and it's significant, and this is a shared understanding all over the world. And many international cities have used culture and arts for their second advancement. And sharing the best case examples will help us learn, and we will also have some other case examples to share with others too. As this is a state-led program, we have some differences from other countries. So we need to make a more deliberative approach to the case examples in other countries. Hopefully, we'll find some clues to find some better tuned paths for our ways forward. And again, I would like to express my thanks to all of the officials who spared no effort in organizing this event. And this is the end of my speech. Thank you.
네, 위원장님 좋은 말씀 감사드립니다. 이어서
Thank you. And now we will invite Mr. Cha Jae-keun for his congratulatory remarks. Thank you. I am Ta Jae-geun, Director of Regional Culture and Development Agency. We have used the resources and nature of the earth for the civilization and advancement. And as a result, we are now experiencing a very risky era of Holocene. And now it is time to prepare for the next stage. The shift of life through culture and the power of citizens and the solidarity of the global citizens should all be put together to overcome the difficulties in the globe. And now the ways of culture and the ways of arts can be integrated and penetrated into the cities. And this is what we need to consider. And over the past 3 years, we have experienced some considerations, and especially over how the culture and arts will help us resolve the issues around the globe. And hopefully this conference will be a forum for us to consider the solutions and usher into a new future. Thank you for organizing this event and joining with us today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cha, for your wonderful speech. Now we'll move on to the keynote lecturer of this conference. Dr. Pierluigi Sacco, Professor of Economic Policy at the University of Chieti Pescara and former Special Advisor of the European Commissioner for Education and Culture, will talk about the conceptual framework for local development policies changes in European Capitals of Culture 1.0 to Culture 3.0. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to this very distinguished audience on a topic that I think is of the utmost importance, not only for Korea, but I think for culture as a whole in this moment. We all know that Korea is really an emerging powerhouse for cultural production, and of course, Hallyu has become a global trend. I think that this is the ideal moment, and the program of the Korean Cities of Culture is an ideal platform to consider how to extend this impressive impulse of development caused by Korean cultural and creative production into local development. And from this point of view, I think it's very useful to consider experiences and examples coming from other parts of the world, and in particular for the program of the European Capitals of Culture in Europe that I think can provide an interesting exchange and inspiration for future possible developments of the program of Cities of Culture. So first of all, we have to consider the fact that culture has been now recognized as a pillar of urban development. Many cities all around the world are using culture as a driver for transformation. What have been the results? Not necessarily always good results. Results have been mixed. Sometimes culture has really been able to put cities on the global map. But in other cases, culture has also fostered and has, in some sense, also created damage in terms of social inequality and promotion of specific interests. So, for example, it's not clear today what are the conditions under which culture can make the difference, which means that we have to be careful. We have to understand, to learn from past experiences, to learn from mistakes, and of course, to learn from best practices. How do we do this? The first very important point is this. Of course, the leisure and entertainment dimension of culture is important, but culture is much more than leisure. If we focus just on the experience economy and the creative economy in the very narrow and traditional sense, we are basically misunderstanding the role of culture. Culture is much more than that. The relationship between culture and social cohesion, mental health, innovation and openness to new ideas, environmental sustainability just to name a few of the many different dimensions that are today recognized as very important, is crucial today. If we miss this, we are basically missing most of the developmental potential of culture. So the point is exactly this: the successful examples, the examples in which culture is a game changer, makes the difference, are the examples in which this broad perspective is recognized and transferred into strategic planning and into visions of development. It's important to consider that when we speak of cultural production and creation of value today, we have different perspectives, different models, different regimes through which this can be achieved. And historically, they have been positioned in various aspects and in various areas of the world. First of all, the so-called Culture 1.0, the patronage regime, consider culture as an elevation and basically is the point of view of the experts. Is the expert who explains to the public how they should look at culture, how they should live culture. This conception of culture has been primarily developed in Europe. Then we have a culture and creative industry perspective, in which culture is primarily mass consumption, generating new industrial sectors, and so it's shaped by markets. And this is a vision that has been mainly developed by the United States. Then we have the Culture 3.0 that is emerging now. Culture as an open platform. Culture as a process of co-creation, collective intelligence. Now, it's interesting that the premises of the Culture 2.0 regime, culture and creative industry, have been developed by Europe, but the US have become the strategic leader. Why? Because Europe was already a leader in the previous regime. The new regime of Culture 3.0, especially the digital part, has been developed by the US, but exactly for the same reason. The US today are not really buying into this regime because they are the strategic leader of the previous one. So the point is that the Culture 3.0 regime is most likely a regime in which the strategic leadership will come from Asia, and most likely from the Far East. In a moment like this, I don't have the time to elaborate on that, but Hallyu can be considered to a large extent a pilot experiment in Culture 3.0, and probably at the moment one of the most advanced in the world. The really interesting thing is how to connect this to a logic of local development and not only global expansion of creative content. So, what is the experience of the European capitals of culture? As we will see briefly, in some sense, the cycle of the European capitals of culture has been a transition from a Culture 1.0 to a Culture 3.0 mentality. The first capitals were basically nation capitals or world-renowned cities. So the first one in 1985 has been Athens, and the second one has been Florence, and then there were Paris, Amsterdam, not particularly surprising, and especially just showcasing what you already have. So you are a city full of heritage, city full of culture, and you just get the title for that. The first innovation was in 1990, Glasgow, that at the moment was a city completely destroyed by the economic crisis, that through an extremely ingenious and innovative campaign, both in terms of content and communication, became a global sensation. So the program was so successful that Glasgow, in the space of a few years, turned from a completely unattractive and abandoned city into a global attractor for creativity. But still, this was very top-down. There were people in the communication sector, by the way, very famous people working in the advertising industry, just selling, in this case, the city to a global audience. Very good, but very top-down. What happened in the second phase is that the attention shifted from very famous cities to emerging cities that had especially a very interesting potential to become cultural industry hubs. And the emphasis there was on mega events, mega productions, and the capital of culture as a way to create prestige for these cities. So for example, Weimar in 1999, the place where the Bauhaus, the German Bauhaus was born, Bergen in Norway, Bologna in Italy, Rotterdam and Porto, 2001, Rotterdam today has become a cultural powerhouse as a consequence of this, but again, very much focusing on the industry. Graz, especially for design in 2003, and Genoa in 2004. But this idea, creating a cultural powerhouse, creating a cultural industry is good, mega events are good, but then the problem becomes, what next? What happens the day after, when the capital year is over? And from this point of view, the problem was that most of the emphasis was not really on the local talent, was in bringing in famous names, famous production that would boost the attention for the city. But what about the local talent, the local creativity? And this is the third stage. The third stage clearly shifts toward community participation. So, starting from the early 2000s, especially Lille 2004, and then also Liverpool 2008, Linz 2009, Essen and the Ruhr 2010, and Guimarães in Portugal 2012, all these cities start a completely different process in which they spend less money on bringing in very famous names, and they spend a lot of energy in creating the conditions for the local creative economy to emerge. So in some sense, to create an alliance between external talent on one side, but also local creativity. Lille, for example, has been a beacon of innovation in this regard, and the emphasis is not only to make it happen, the emphasis is in creating the legacy of this. What you see, for example, in this picture is the announcement of Lille 3000. So the idea that immediately after the end of the program, you start a cycle, of course not until 3000, but a cycle in which you keep on going with new initiatives, with new visions after the capital year is over. And in particular, in the case of Lille, it was extremely interesting. For the first time, they recruited every single resident of the city as the ambassador of the capital. So everybody received a communication kit. They received materials in which they could make their own communication campaign to explain why culture was important for the city. And with this particular stage, a new interest for minorities, marginalized communities emerges as crucial. And this has become now the real forefront in the latest eco trend that is now tackling two different issues, environmental sustainability on one side and innovation on the other side. So the latest examples are examples in which you either give the title to cities with big problems, so cities that really need, in some sense, to rethink their strategy, to rethink their future, and how culture can help in this. So for example, Marseille in France in 2013, or Matera in Italy 2019. Matera was known as one of the poorest cities in Italy. There was a period in which the conditions of life were so bad that it was just basically named the shame of Italy, just to give you the idea. And in 2019, there was the title was the recognition of the fact that through culture, this city changed completely, started to become attractive for big movie productions and so on and so forth. Or Leeuwarden in Friesland in 2018, one of the most visionary and transformational capitals for imagining sustainable environmental futures through culture. Another trend that has been also very strong is giving the title to cities that are not so well known for their cultural activity, but they are emerging in terms of technological innovation, and so marrying the idea of culture-driven development and technological innovation. And this is the case of Košice, 2013 in Slovakia, and Aarhus in Denmark, 2017. These are just mere examples. At this point, of course, we have to understand how this particular perspective can help us understand what is the way forward for Korea. So clearly, I mean, I don't have to explain this to you. Hallyu has made of Korea today one of the cultural powerhouses in the world. What is the point? The point is that, of course, this has made, especially Seoul, one of the global cultural cities. But what about the whole country? What about just creating the conditions for the stimulus, for the impact of this tremendous impulse to reach all the territory of South Korea, and not only second-tier cities, also rural areas? This is particularly important. I made an example here with an old K-drama City Hall, because that's interesting, because it's staged in the Korean province, and it's all the narrative about the Korean province that does not count, but that, through a very, very interesting way of telling the story, makes this even fascinating. So that's important. We need a narrative, not only for Seoul, not only for the big cities, but we need a narrative for whole of Korea, all the differences in the various territories. And this requires a different approach to culture-led development. So the point is that the contribution that can arrive from second-tier cities, from the rural areas, also in terms of inspiration, also in terms of bringing fresh ideas, fresh blood to the Hallyu trend itself, that's extremely important. The City of Culture program can become, from this point of view, a powerful booster of these new ideas of approach and ambition from the cities and the rural areas that are not yet recognized and developed as they could. So the Cities of Culture program can upscale significantly in terms of developmental potential in literally making of the Korean cities that are nominated as laboratories for local development. As I explained before, it's not just showcasing what you have. It's not just organizing beautiful projects and exhibitions. It's tackling different problems from a different angle. So, economic development, of course, but the social cohesion issues, how to create a more cohesive society, a more collaborative society, mental health and well-being, environmental sustainability. Today, through culture, we can have really innovative, disruptive projects in these areas that, through a non-cultural approach, are very difficult to achieve. So the really interesting thing of culture is that it arrives at the problem from a very different angle than conventional approaches. And this is where the Capital of Culture program has created innovation in Europe, and likewise, I think that the Cities of Culture in Korea can really become a laboratory for innovation from this point of view. This, of course, can create also channels of exchange, for example, between Europe and Korea. The program of the European Capitals of Culture can become, in some sense, a partner of what's happening in Korea in terms of exchanging ideas, in terms of exchanging projects, in terms of mobility of artists and of talents. So this can really create a very, very interesting driver for further innovation. But how to do this? Well, in Europe, the experience has been an experience of gradual building up of skills. What we need is to create, especially for local administrators, a culture of different strategic vision for culture-led development. This is not something that you can learn overnight. I have seen in Europe, it has taken time, of course, learning from mistakes, learning from others. So what I think is very, very important from this point of view is networking. So if there is really the possibility to have a network of cities that work together, exchange experiences, for example, the Cities of Culture in Korea are creating a community of cities that are already moving in that direction all together. But the point is how to transform this network into a real community of mutual learning. From this point of view, the best possible way is to create a formal structure for peer learning. In Europe, we are creating what is called a cultural policy club, a situation in which we really have policymakers learning from each other and developing collaborative projects. I think that in a moment like this, for Korean administrators, there is a needed moment in which they can build up the skills, the experience, the references, the mental models. You cannot imagine that this happens from one day to another, but having a medium-term perspective, let's say to 3 to 5 years, in which you can build these skills, in which you can also train a new generation of policymakers that can work in this direction in the dialogue with the industry, because that's the point. So generally, cultural policy is one box, the industry is another box. So if you talk, for example, to the industry people today in Korea, I don't think that they have a big awareness of what are the cultural policy implications of value. But that's a problem. We have to create a much bigger dialogue, a much closer dialogue, because of course there is the possibility of cross-fertilization from this point of view. A cultural policy club can do or the equivalent of this can do exactly this. So the idea is to create a group that has a structured program of learning, of advancement, of strategic development, and possibly also formal occasions like, for example, laboratories, workshops, summer schools, dialogue and exchange, for example, not only with Europe, but policymakers from all over the world. So this is a perspective that I think can really turn the program of the Cities of Culture of Korea in a real developmental, let's say, pillar for the next cycle. It's also important to consider another element, and that's the last point that I am discussing. Europe has just launched the most ambitious project ever for the creation of an innovative ecosystem around culture and creativity. This is called KIC, Culture and Creativity. KIC stands for Knowledge and Innovation Community. For Europe, this is the highest level of strategic priority. Just to give you an idea, the previous KICs, the previous projects like this that were launched, were related to things like food, manufacturing, urban mobility, climate, so digital. So we are really speaking about the top level of strategic priority. Europe has now launched a project on culture and creativity. Just to give you the idea, the next project that will be launched is about water. So it's really about putting culture at the same level as the top strategic priorities. What is the consequence of this? That Europe is not only creating now a huge consortium working on the development of European culture and creative industry, not only on the industrial side, but also in creating new programs in universities, in research centers, and of course collaborations with the industry. And in this new endeavor, I am the interim director of the policy section. So I am here also in my capacity of creating relationships with policy makers, of course, from other countries outside of Europe. But especially, the point is that through this initiative, Europe really wants to explore what is the next stage of Culture 3.0, what is the next stage of culture and creative production. From this point of view, there is a natural way, for example, for South Korea now to establish a global alliance with Europe just through this new powerful instrument that creates possibilities for concrete partnerships. So I am also inviting you to consider, from this point of view, the fact that the impulse that Korea is giving today to its culture-led development can really become not only an opportunity for economic development, but it can become an opportunity for social transformation. This is already happening. Korea is already changing profoundly and at a speed that it's unprecedented in terms of culture-driven adaptation. I mean, just reconstructing the narrative of Korean identity in the last 20 years in terms of its creative production is an incredible case study, probably is the most impressive in the world at the moment. But the point is how to make it last. How can we create the conditions for this not becoming just a moment, a trend that lasts, let's say, 20 years and then, I mean, it finishes, but it becomes the start of a developmental cycle that can, of course, last in the long term. To do this, it's important a process of constant renewal, innovating on innovation. And that's exactly the perspective that the KIC is trying to develop in Europe. So I think that the possibility of creating a dialogue in this moment is an unprecedented opportunity. So, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Sako, for your wonderful presentation. And now, we will conclude the opening ceremony and the keynote lecture. After arranging the podium, we'll move on to session 1. We will begin the first session of the International Conference on Cities of Culture 2022. This session's topic is Regional Development Through Culture. First of all, Ms. Karen McGuire, Head of Local Employment Skills and Social Innovation Division at OECD, will give a speech with the theme of policies for job creation and local economic vitalization through culture. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you to all of the organizers of this really innovative event. My name is Karen, and I'm from the OECD in Paris, and I'm here to talk a little bit about why we think at the OECD culture is truly a driver of regional and local development in addition to national growth. So why are we talking about this? The OECD really views this as a high priority, and as Pierluigi just mentioned, Korea is in a very global leadership position in thinking about culture and creative sectors. It's also a very important political opportunity as the world has been focusing on these sectors following COVID. So we at the OECD are really working to help culture ministries and everybody understand that culture is really everybody's business. It is important for employment objectives, it's important for social cohesion objectives, it's a driver of innovation and sustainable local development, and as Pierluigi alluded to, it's also increasingly been seen as a driver of the greening of our societies. So one of the things that we are also trying to explain is that in order to best support culture's development, we need to also adapt some of our policies in terms of employment, social protection, and entrepreneurship to take into account the particular needs of culture and creative workers and firms. And as was mentioned in the video, we have very large global IT-intensive players, but we also have many smaller firms, and this is where the national framework conditions can really set the stage for effective culture-driven local development. We're also working to develop statistics to help in these efforts to support culture-driven development and to support the capacity to do so. And I think Pierluigi just mentioned some of the evolutions in thinking and the importance of this capacity building as we take this agenda collectively forward. So for those that are interested, there are many different reports and Zooms on particular countries, on regions. Just to give an example, Glasgow City region, we heard they were a capital of culture in 1990. We just did a report this year. They have really taken off as a location for global events, cultural festivals, extremely well known, but they've taken it even to a new level, which is instead of being only outward looking, they're also very much now inward looking on how this can be used from a social inclusion perspective. Some of the other examples, Colombia, the president had a massive policy called the Orange Economy, where really every part of the national government was thinking about culture and how they can all contribute to this culture agenda. Also in a global stage, this is a wonderful period and opportunity because the G20, so not only the culture ministerials, but even the messages from these culture ministerials are going into the leader statements of the G20, where economy ministers and finance ministers are recognizing how important culture is for development. We also have some practical guides and capacity building activities that we can talk about as you like throughout the sessions. So what I wanted to just really communicate here is just that it is big business, but it's also many small businesses, and we have to keep that in mind as culture cities want to promote the local businesses. I want to really emphasize one of the statistics from that video on employment and skills, which is that this is really an investment. If you think about arts and culture education, you're actually developing the skills of the future workforce. And since 2/5 of these creative workers are throughout the economy, not only in what is traditionally called culture and creative sectors, you are actually contributing to the economic growth of your local area, of your country. The innovation that Pierluigi mentioned, which is now on the top of the European agenda, how can we take innovation to the next level? We will continue to invest in science and technology, but it's this culture and creative elements that will continue to make the difference in improving, for example, the value added of goods and services. The local regeneration of neighborhoods. There have been many, many examples of how culture and creative sectors have been centered around the development of particular places. And as was mentioned, it is now viewed as a tool for greening and how we think about urban design and urban planning. The other issue that is really becoming to the fore in OECD debates on local development is pride in place and community inclusion. And this is really building an infrastructure. It's not only making places attractive, but it's building an infrastructure to be resilient for all the different future challenges that we'll face. And also culture to support development at regional and local level can also be very important for influencing behavior. So how can we use culture to develop more socially responsible, more environmentally responsible behaviors? So just to give you a couple now concrete examples, we will hear, I believe, about Bologna, which is a city in the Emilia-Romagna region. And just to say that this approach to regional and local development is a long-term strategy, and often being named a culture city or a capital of culture, it can serve as a catalyst to really accelerate the development of these strategies. Now, this region in Italy, basically, you see that it's over the last 30 years, they have gone from thinking about funding to maybe doing some actions and economic analysis to really embedding this into their different business networks, into their approaches to regional innovation, and thinking about the social impacts And now they're in a phase of really going to the next step with these knowledge and innovation communities, with the recovery strategies. Another example I wanted to raise was the Basque Country in Spain. This is a region that had undergone challenges in industrial transformation and a strong manufacturing base. But I wanted to highlight both local actions and regional actions. So from a local level, many may be familiar with the Guggenheim in Bilbao, a massive urban regeneration effort that has changed the face of Bilbao. We have, for example, a long-standing film festival in San Sebastian. It was actually the backdrop of the latest Woody Allen movie. And you have, for example, food. Now, Korea, as we see in the New York Times, so it's world recognized the importance of Korean food. Well, often people talk about San Sebastian as being one of these food capitals of the world. So you see that you have a lot of different sort of traditionally known assets, but you also see the Basque Country in just the last decade radically ramp up the way that they have incorporated culture into their development strategy from a science and technology perspective, including how to better measure the contributions, the way to approach research and development and innovation, and the number of initiatives and the emphasis on tracking and doing measurement, on making a creative district of culture and creativity. So really a very broad set of initiatives. So I wanted to then just go into a couple of tools that you can access online, and this one on museums as one of these anchors in these local development strategies, of culture-driven local development strategies. And we have a version in Korean language, so I hope that you can all go and download it. But the idea here being that we can use and capitalize on museums for many different anchors of local development, from everything of being a space for inclusion in communities and dialogue, to being an anchor for tourist attraction, but also being a source of inspiration where collections of museums are the source for designers and other professionals, giving them access to the collections as a way of driving innovation and growth. And the kit has lots of very practical examples that hopefully different culture cities can reference and beyond. And another that I wanted to flag as a support for culture cities is a work that the OECD has done on global events and local development. And really, I wanted to emphasize in this work, so this is if you're going to be a city of culture, or you're going to host a World Cup or an Olympics, so it can be sport, culture, or a World Expo. But the important idea I wanted to raise is that it's often when you're bidding for these, hosting these kinds of labels and nominations, it's during this bidding process that this collective ownership of a vision starts. And this is so important for the long-term legacy, because it's this planning up front that will help ensure that the investments in a city of culture, or in the investment of a sports event, for example, will have this long-term planning change. And often what helps make these most impactful is a linking with other local development strategies, and so that everyone sees how culture can support all of their different initiatives. And thinking up front about how you're going to monitor the progress, because if you don't think up front, then when you go to measure the impact, you're not going to be as pleased with the results. But if you know up front what you want to achieve and how you're going to measure it, all of the different constituents and people in the community and institutions that are making this happen, they all know this is how we want to go, and this is how we are going to be measured, so they are more likely to effectively implement the strategies. So there are so much that I think we'll learn from the rest of the discussions here today. So maybe I will just conclude with highlighting that the OECD is here to support culture cities. We're here to bring you into different international networks and events. And we're very excited to learn about the Korean examples to highlight as well on the global stage. So thank you for having us come to be with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire, for your speech. Now we will invite Mr. Mo Jong-in, professor of the Yonsei Graduate School of International Studies, and he will talk about the economic sustainability of culture cities. Please welcome him with a big hand. Listening to the speech, culture sounds like a panacea that can solve the economic problems and all the issues in the international community. My presentation will introduce the overall view of how cultures can solve these issues. But I would like to narrow down my presentation. We have the economic issues centering on the narrowing, the regional extinction, especially due to the job issues. Unlike other countries, we have the higher population density than other countries. So we have the small district commercial zones. You can see many small districts, commercial districts within a short distance, within a walk distance. So we have a very higher quality of life in that sense. We also have the conglomerates cultures. And as a reaction, we have many other populations involved in the owner operator businesses, especially a lot higher than the OECD average. So without resolving these owner-operator issues, there will be many economic issues in Korea. Luckily, we are seeing the growth in the number of creators. As you already know, culture helps us strengthen the ties in the community. Through cultural lives, residents will help resolve the regional issues and create jobs in the local communities. We also have the local creator tracks. Those local artists and creators build a different infrastructure. And in the 2000s, we have seen the rise of different types of artists. They are called creators based on the local communities, and they create a sort of culture spaces. That could be the craft shops or small restaurants or bookstores or design shops. And with the increase in the number of local shops, we are seeing a great change in the local commercial zones. And thirdly, after 2010s, we have seen the local tracks. Some of the residents relocated to the local areas, looking for some other opportunities. In the past, you used to just grow and live until you die in the same place. However, in the 2010s, young people moved to other regions to open startups and be creators. And we also had the waves in terms of cultural movement. I think we are now undergoing the fourth round of waves. Especially people are now moving to small districts to open small businesses, and we call this the local phenomenon now. In 2018, the government began providing grants to those who open local businesses. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we're seeing the decreasing number. And it is difficult to assume just based on the number of the businesses. And there is also a reason another reason, because South Korea has more small business owners than other countries, and online as well, especially the nation's portal group, Naver, has an online platform for small business owners. And these small businesses create contents and they are considered creators, content creators. So in that sense, South Korea has 2 million local creators. And those local creators who open their businesses help contribute to the development of regional commercial districts. When it comes to local brands, we think of the shops that have the national reputation, and some of the local shops help revitalize the local economy. And there are 3 stages they help develop the local economy. The first stage is the concentrated commercial district for local brands only. By 2005, I think of these businesses, Hanbongnang would look very attractive to foreign investors. In the past, many Koreans stopped wearing hanbok. However, around 10 years ago, young men started lending hanbok, the traditional Korean clothing, to visitors. And now K-pop stars also wear hanbok, and now they are growing as another root industries of Korea. This is one of the traditional cultural industries, and these local creators are revitalizing local economy. And there are other visible effects that were seen in the neighborhood markets, such as in Samcheongdong, Garosu-gil, and Hongdae. These are all in Seoul. And as I witnessed, there were more than 200 neighborhood markets, and Jeju also has very small neighborhood markets. Especially Jeju has different types of unique contents. So these days, visitors to Jeju Island do not visit just tourist sites, but also the small district areas in Jeju, such as Lee, and they are considered like quality visitors to Jeju. And personally, I call that the creative ability of a region. It's different from innovation. Innovation is related to research and development. However, for locality, Jeju is on top, at the top. But with R&D, Jeju and Gangwon are not on the list. Daejeon and Sejong would be on the list instead. And Gangwon and Jeju will be considered very entertaining cities because of their cultural contents. And these cities will be the leading cities in the future, especially in terms of culture. So we should not just take a look at the neighborhood markets as the commercial districts, but as the ecosystem. So 5 years ago, some specific industry have been started to be concentrated in these markets. Gyeongju, a city in the Gyeongsang province, has lots of cultural contents, heritage items, especially focusing on Buddhism. But we were not able to see many Buddhist items in the past. However, young people started developing Buddhist items in Gyeongju to revive the locality of Gyeongju. And over the past years, we went through the development stages, especially focusing on the advanced technologies. However, the government wanted to boost the creative industry. However, they failed. But the private sector has somewhat succeeded in developing the creative sector. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it has been stalled. And we have the work live play district Jikjurak Center in Seoul, and they have created some specific regions that are livable and entertaining and have many job opportunities too. We should build creative cities, and South Korea has many good conditions for the creative cities because we have many small business owners and neighborhood markets. The government in the past wanted to create a startup communities focusing on research and development. However, we'll be able to find success stories, especially at a smaller level. We have the cultural communities. So from bottom to up, we can take the bottom-up approach, and based on the concept of the creative cities in Korea, our sciences just go from the streets to the neighborhoods, and it is also led by the small business owners to the communities. And the local creators have never been systematically fostered by the government in the past. So the government will be able to foster the local creators, creating some small complexes dedicated to them. And that is how we can design the creative future for them. A good example is the Coffee City in Gangneung. You may wonder why Gangneung is competitive in the coffees. Currently, there are around 700 coffee shops in Gangneung. That is like a representative coffee city in Korea. Gangneung has many nationally reputational brands. It also has coffee farms. All of the contents are concentrated in specific zones, especially the main branch of Terralosa is a good example. There are also streets that are considered the markets for the coffee shops. However, the coffee brand is a representative one in Gangneung. There's also the tofu industry in Gangneung. There are factories that produce tofu, and there are many other commercial facilities that produce only tofu-related items. So that could also be the essence of a small rural village. And at a even smaller level, there is a Pulmu school in this small district. The graduates of this school launched some small businesses, and they're now leading the nation's, especially in the region's, organic businesses. And this is the 10-year development stage. Local, creator, work, live, play, and artists and creators need to be all together in one place. And the movement from left to right direction, personally, I think it is the cultural aspect. And in Korea, 6 million small business owners also engage in the cultural businesses. And due to time constraints, I will end here. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mo, for your wonderful speech. This now leads us to the sharing of case examples in Korea and overseas. The first overseas case example is titled Bologna's Regional Development through European Capitals of Culture. Ms. Francesca Imparato, project manager of the ARTER Cultural Creative Industry Division, will give a video presentation.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this interesting initiative. I really hope I can contribute to this conversation with the experience of my territory and the city of Bologna. So let me share the slides with you. Okay. So before diving into the details of my presentation, I'd really like to give you an overview of the context. My name is Francesca Imparato, and I work within the Cultural and Creative Industries unit at ARTER, which is a development agency whose aim is to foster the growth of the territory, innovation, but also internationalization. In few words, we can say that we support the Emilia-Romagna region in implementing policies and measures. Our region, Emilia-Romagna, which is situated, as you can see, in the northeast side of Italy, and its capital is Bologna. Today, I'll talk about Bologna and how it grew and developed through culture by making the most out of certain opportunities. But I will also highlight the importance of a strong connection between urban and regional development. A city can encourage dynamics that can have an influence on a wider territory. And also regional policies can be pivotal, can be essential factors for the development of cities. I would like to talk to you about the process that has led Bologna from considering culture as something, let's say, intrinsically valuable to put creativity and culture at the center of its development, and how that led to creating and impacting on the overall ecosystem. As you can see from the timeline, what was going on at a local level was intertwined with the experience of the region. Let's get into the details now. The starting point was the recognition of the cultural assets we have in Bologna. Bologna is a city with creativity in its DNA. It is situated in a strategic location in Italy. It is seat of the most ancient university of the Western world, but it has always also been a crossroads of peoples and cultures and students. Bologna is home to the first degree program in Italy focusing on arts, music, and show business disciplines, which was established by the renowned philosopher and writer Umberto Eco. So all of these assets have led to Bologna to thinking, why not participate in the call to be appointed European Capital of Culture in 2000? Small digression, what is the Capital of Culture? It's an action launched at a European level in 1985 that we can say intends to shed a light on the beauty of cultural diversity in Europe, and also it wants to celebrate the relevance of culture in the development of cities. And I must say it is a very forward-thinking initiative because winners of the call are appointed not only because they have cultural and artistic assets, but because of the program and actions that they are willing to put into place to foster cultural and urban development. That is very interesting. The initiative Bologna worked hard for to present the application were many. But apart from that, what's important here is the strong stimuli that this experience generated. The actions foreseen during that year in 2000 are important because they fostered tourism, they fostered cultural production, but also because they encourage a continuity in the culture-based development of the city. That was very interesting. Moving on, with the years, in 2006, Bologna also became a UNESCO City of Music. This means that it becomes part of the Creative Cities Network, a network that was created to promote cooperation among cities that have identified creativity as a strategic element for urban development. This also allowed for the development of strategies dedicated to the music sector, giving life, in particular, for example, to a call for proposals, a periodic call for proposals dedicated to the music sector and carried out by the municipality of Bologna. Also, this fact definitely had an impact on the development of a specific regional law dedicated to the development of the music sector. So as you can see, it is a very concrete example of connections among the local government and the regional administration. Moving on with the years, culture and creativity become more and more important, but there are still some things that didn't allow for the sector to fully blossom. It is, in fact, the lack of managerial and entrepreneurial skills of professional and organizations in this field. That is why in 2010, Incredible project was launched. Incredible supports the development of cultural and creative startups through a tailor-made program. How it works. Public and private partnership is at the heart of it. In fact, Incredible is managed by the municipality of Bologna, but it is funded by the Emilia-Romagna regional government, and it is supported by a wide network of public and private partners which provide in-kind services. Again, it is a very concrete example of how a municipality and a region can support one another. You might be wondering how this works, how the program works. Each year, around 10 projects are selected through a call for proposals. Beneficiaries of the call have access to a grant that can be invested in the activities to make their idea, their business idea, grow bigger. They have access to rent-free spaces owned by the municipality of Bologna, which have been unused or abandoned for years. They also have access to training and consultancy services. Here you can see is an example of urban regeneration fostered by a city. This is Mercato Sonato. It used to be a local market started in a degraded part of Bologna, which lost its essential feature because throughout the years it started to be depopulated. Thanks to the organization Senza Spine, the market was redeveloped, generating positive outcomes on the entire area. It is now a place where young musicians of Bologna and other cities can meet. It is a place for cultural productions and a place to include the community into the cultural world. Then again, in the process of cultural development at urban level, there is also another stepping stone, which is the participation of both the municipality, regional stakeholders, and the regional government in European project for CCIs. This is another stepping stone for two reasons. It allowed for international connections, but also it allowed to better understand the ecosystem, identifying all the actors that were working on the development of the cultural and creative industries sector. All of these experiences carried out by the city of Bologna have led it to the present time, a city that has decided to have culture as an ally for many reasons. Because culture-based development fosters inclusions, well-being, community empowerment, but also competitiveness. It fosters regeneration, which is strictly linked to environmental sustainability, if you will. This type of development has led to the creation of an ecosystem, important fairs dedicated to the sector, research laboratory, spaces for creation and civic imagination, and much, much more. This could have not been possible without another strong ally, the region, and also the coordinated strategies managed by the region. Just to name a few, the regional laws it passed dedicated to several cultural subsectors such as publishing, music, cinema, but also the investment it made through regional and European funds to create research laboratories, infrastructures dedicated to CCI, but also the willingness to include CCIs in its most important strategy, which is the smart specialization strategy. CCIs were included as a priority sector for the region as a whole. So what's next? Bologna will host very soon a co-location center of the initiative EIT Culture and Creativity, which is a major initiative of the European Union to foster innovation and change and transformation within the cultural and creative sectors, which it's going to have an impact on Bologna, on the region, but also beyond, because it is an international, European international initiative. So we are ready to embark in a new cultural adventure. Again, I would like to really thank you for listening to me. I hope I contribute to the conversation, and if you want, if you have doubts or questions, you can contact me. I will share again the screen with you to share with you my email address. Don't hesitate to contact me should you need further information. Thank you again for having me here.
Francesca.
Thank you, Impranta, for your wonderful speech. Now we will invite Park Jun-hyung, Head of Cultural City at the Chungnam Information Culture Technology Industry Agency, for his speech, and he will talk about Cheonan City's regional development through cultural industries. Hello, I am Park Jun-hyung from the Information Culture Technology Industry Agency in Chungnam. My presentation will brief on how Cheonan City has led the City of Culture project. Cheonan was designated as the specialized zone for city culture, and it has shared some of the different discourses on the cultures, and the citizens decided on the visions for the culture city program. And through the professional contents, we have led the programs that could be turned into the business models, and we are now focusing on the good virtuous cycle. And we also selected the district 10 and place 100 and do 1000, and we're also focusing on the specialized genres. And the cities work with the public and private sectors in the governance system. And now I will take a look at the efforts and outcomes of our ecosystem for cultural industries. In Cheonan, any city with the willingness will be able to not just stay and as a consumer, but also become the producer of culture industry. The free projects and cultural activities can become the producing activities and will create income and will help sustain the cultural city program. We also have the cultural TRPG game, And university students wanted to the launched this project to encourage local talented individuals to pay attention to the local contents. And throughout the project, we created revenues over 11 million Korean won. And we also created merchandise projects last year and creating revenues as well. We also have the businesses led by the citizens and businesses working together for cultural contents. We also have the consultation services, and so we provide support for the new startup businesses from start to end. And we also help them secure the IP and the copyrights and licenses. And with that, if the citizens can settle in the region through the cultural programs, then the city will become more sustainable. And there are many difficulties, especially in terms of the ways how they can create income and how they create profits. And for that, we wanted to use the crowdfunding method. And for sustainable growth, we launched the sustainable growth ecosystem, and where the products made by the citizens are sold together. It's a crowdfunding. It also goes with the consultation, and the businesses can participate in the program. We use the application called What Is, and we also use Tumblebug too, and they are directly related to the cultural industrial contents, so that is why we use these categories more often. And there are also game-related items like respiratory item. We also had the LED flower for people with development disorders, and there are many other products that could create income, and some of them create from millions and to 10 million Korean won for profits. And our projects over the past 2 years are now arranged in this table as of September 2022. And the final startup operators were tallied at 30, and they created 890 million Korean won. And through crowdfunding, 20 businesses succeeded, and they raised 135 million Korean won. Their businesses didn't just end here, but they created more profits, especially through revenues worth 25 million Korean won. So the profits were created, especially 6 months after the crowdfunding. So our efforts need to focus not just on the amount of their revenues, but on the possibilities of the projects. And we also have the startup towns, and at the end of this year, our estimated revenue was 74 million Korean won, and now it has been raised to over 80. So, in a nutshell, for the creative projects, we invested 534 million Korean won, and we created income worth 2,170,000,000 Korean won. So with the self-reliance of citizens, this will help boost the local economic growth as well. There are 12 colleges in the Cheonan area, and we're working with them. We have the Danguk University's Link project team, and we're planning and putting into practice these projects into the cultural projects. We also work with Sangmyeong University, and the students through the projects, we could see that the programs and products related to culture were at a very high level. And we're also encouraging local college students to build cultural creativity, and that could be the starting point of the cultural enrichment of Cheonan City. And specializing the culture in the Cheonan region, we are now trying the possibility of our cultural advancement, and especially led by the residents, the citizens. I touched upon the numbers and figures, and we also browsed some of the efforts made by the specific regions, and hopefully all of the cities of culture will be able to work together. Thank you, Mr. Park. Now we will invite Lee Ju-heng, head of the Culture City Project team at Pohang Culture Foundation Culture City Project Agency, and he will talk about the regional development through the convergence of the steel industry and arts. Please welcome him with a big hand. Hello, I am from the Pohang Cultural Foundation. My name is Lee Ju-heng. I would like to talk about the regional development model in Pohang. Pohang has led the modern industrial development in Korea, especially with the steel industry. However, due to the rapid development, there have been issues. So with the shift in the lifestyles, we wanted to make a shift in the cultural aspects. And in the process, a lot of citizens, artists, and institutions have built a partnership, and the agents in the different activities are now working for the specific activities. We have many industrial institutions like Post-Tech, and we also have the educational institutions, and we also have the humanities projects related to the steel industry. Especially the spacewalk was invested by POSCO. We invested 17 billion Korean won, and 1 million visitors have visited this site in a very short period of time. And we also have the Steel Art Festival, and that will be a very positive case example in Pohang. We are now trying to culturally connect and specify these Pohang-specific aspects. You're now looking at Songdo, an old downtown area of Pohang. There are many industrial resources concentrated in the area. We also had the hardware and software infrastructure hubs in this area. We are now turning this area into a cultural cluster, especially at the center of this map. You will see the shipbuilding factories will be relocated to other regions, and we will build a marine hub in this area, especially working with the shipbuilding sites. We're now helping revitalize, renovate this area. And with this, we will build an ecosystem for production and consumption, and that will be advanced to the city's development program. And now the Pohang specific marine development project, and especially the reference city was Lamoux City in France, and based on Nantes and Toulouse. The one based in Nantes is a private and public partnership project, and the Toulouse one is a public one that is operated through public-private partnership, and 0.3 million euro is invested in creating incomes and jobs. And through festivals and performances, the regions have been affected. And with this as reference, we have created our own model. We're not just focusing on the production or of any specific work or performance, but we're trying to build an ecosystem for culture. You look at the picture on the right side. Our project is to build a cooperative system with the regional agents. We're sharing the missions with them. We began by creating a mission with them. Postec, POSCO, and Handong University, we built a basic mission, and we specified this mission into different projects. And we are now at a stage, an early stage of putting into practice these projects, and hopefully we'll be able to create the estimated or anticipated ecosystem. And with that, we're hoping that the system will be settled in the existing system as well. And though we're building the infrastructure and strengthening the fiscal infrastructure, and we're hoping to create a ripple effect directly and indirectly. We're also working with the universities, especially with focusing on artificial intelligence, and hopefully we can converge art and science. Now we're going through another round of time. We're working with the government agencies, local government agencies, and especially with the mayor of Toulouse City, and we're also working with the universities in the region, and Pohang is leading these cities. And we also have the Korea-France joint production team based on the MOU signed between the two cities, and we created a creative lab. And the prototype will be released and shown in December this year. And Toulouse Metropoles, François de Lavauzoile and many other experts from that university will participate in the conference as discussants. And by 2030, we will strengthen our infrastructure to complete the cultural cluster. And with that Pohang specific project, we are now planning to build an ecosystem for culture, and where people can seek a livable future in this city. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your great presentation, Mr. Lee. Now we will conclude session 1, regional development through culture. After taking a break, we will resume the session at 3:45 for session 2, cultural engagement and innovation of local communities.
잠시 후 오후 3시 45분부터 세션 2가 시작.
We will begin session.
그럼 지금부터
We will now begin the second session of the International Conference on Cities of Culture. The topic of second session is regional engagement and the innovation of local communities. First of all, I will invite Henry Jenkins, Provost Professor of Communication, Journalism, Cinematic Arts, and Education at the University of Southern California.
In downtown Los Angeles. It is a great honor to be asked to participate in these proceedings. I only wish I could be there in person, and I'm very hopeful that I will be able to get to your country for the first time in the next few years. Today, I'm speaking to you today about beyond soft power, tapping the civic imagination through popular culture. I'm no expert on Korea. I've not been to Korea yet. I study mostly American culture and politics. But I would have to be blind and deaf and not to have noticed the enormous impact that Korean popular culture is having on our world today. It's often described in terms of soft power, the ability of cultural exports to shift public opinion toward their country of origin. But I want to suggest today that soft power has a bottom-up as well as a top-down dimension, and that young people attached to K-pop and other forms of Korean popular culture in the United States today are using that attachment as the foundation for political participation and civic engagement. That something exciting is taking place here. So when we think about soft power, we need to imagine it having a top-down dimension that has to do with media companies, media performers, their commitment to producing quality, to fostering a message that encourages us to work toward a better world together, but that it also has a bottom-up dimension. And I'm going to talk now about the role the K-pop fans played in the 2020-2021 movements for racial justice in the United States. These are movements that both stress the importance of the idea that Black Lives Matter, but also that stood up against hate against Asian and Asian Americans. And in both of those campaigns, K-pop fans were a visible presence. We certainly heard from performers who spoke out against racial discrimination, who condemned violence, who demanded the right of their fans for respect. But more than that, we heard from the fans themselves who used the music as a resource through which to change hearts and minds. How did that happen? Well, first of all, we have to be aware of the huge impact Korean popular culture is having. Not just K-pop, but also K-drama. Squid Games was at its peak the most popular show on Netflix in more than 60 countries around the world. And K-cinema, Parasite won Best Picture just a few years back, and Korean films continue to be huge forces in the box office here in the United States. When I look at the students in my classroom, I'm consistently hearing about their passion for Korean popular culture. Not just international students, but our domestic students, not just Asian students, but also Black, Latino, white students in our classrooms are highly knowledgeable about the performers, the idols, the filmmakers, the television dramas, and so forth. And that means it is a shared part of the cultural capital of this whole generation. And so the appeals that are made using these reference points speak powerfully to a specific generation of American youth. Beyond that, fandom gives a social infrastructure, a way of connecting communities together, a set of shared gatherings, rituals, practices, which cement social ties amongst those who choose to participate. K-pop fandom has something else that's really important in understanding these developments. Because of the origins of many of these pop idols on reality shows where the audience votes, the K-pop fan community becomes very good at trending, at using social media effectively to shift opinions, to mobilize other people, and they developed a very strong understanding of technological infrastructure, of registration systems, polling systems, algorithms that they know how to use toward their own advantage. Beyond that, here in the United States, something interesting has occurred. Black fans in particular have stood up and challenged some of the ways that Asian stars are appropriating blackness, Black hairstyle, Black music, Black fashion, Black dance, Black language in ways that they see as inappropriate. They are fans of K-pop, but they're also critics of K-pop. And in the process, through their blogs, their podcasts, their other media, they have been able to educate the K-pop fan community around the world about what's at stake in contemporary struggles around race in America today. So put those all together and you have something powerful. The capacity of participatory culture to mobilize rapidly through technological channels in response to legitimate concerns about racial justice in the United States today. It's a spectacular example of how young people around the world are fighting for social change using a vernacular drawn from popular media. And it speaks to a responsibility creative artists have to build into their works messages that are positive, that can make a difference in the world, to think about the consequences of the media they're putting out into the universe. Now, our interest in my research group, the Civic Imagination Project, has long been monitoring these various forms of fan activism. I first got interested when I discovered the Harry Potter Alliance, which has been a very effective tool over the last decade plus in mobilizing young people to express their concerns through a number of different channels. In particular, I'm interested in the ways this organization runs a leadership academy, the Hermione Granger Leadership Academy, which bring together young activists across a range of different social movements, sharing best practices, providing emotional support for each other. And they would argue that fan engagements foster a certain kind of energized, joyous participation in the civic process. The traditional scholarship on civic engagement in the United States finds that young people are much more likely to participate in the political process if they have parents who actively participate in the process, if they have strong social science teachers at the elementary and high school level who talk about current events, who bring political leaders into the classroom, and if they participate in school activities such as newspaper, debate club, so forth, student government, that encourage model forms of democratic participation. Well, we now can say that fandom constitutes yet another means by which these young people are drawn into the political process. And we have been studying this over a long enough period of time to watch how it impacts the long-term development of large numbers of young people in the United States. This fan engagement also operates on an informal level, right? So these are just some of the signs we've seen at recent rallies for women's rights, for environmental justice concerns, and so forth. And I think we're seeing young people coming out earlier, and the signs often draw on popular media representations as tools for expressing their opinions. So this is at the heart of the Civic Imagination Project. We have been documenting this connection between popular culture and the civic imagination through books like the one you see here, the two you see here actually, but also through a range of involvements with communities, young and old, of all kinds, across the United States and around the world. More than 60 workshops we have done with various communities and groups in the United States. So what I want to do in the remainder of my time is talk to you about what civic imagination is, how we approach it, and what kinds of things we've done on the community level in the United States. So first of all, by the civic, we don't necessarily mean the political. The politics is about struggle over power and resources. It's tied to institutional politics. It is often highly contentious. By contrast, the civic is a cultural social phenomenon. It is about what we owe each other as members of a community. It is informal, not institutionalized. It's what connects us together rather than what divides us. And what we're seeing in the United States and in many democracies around the world is a wearing down of the civic infrastructure upon which democracy has been dependent. Politics is no longer contained to campaigns. It continues endlessly. People are sharply divided to the point that they don't want to talk to each other about their political lives. And there is no moment or process of healing, of bringing back together again following a highly contentious political action. So what our activities are geared toward is trying to rekindle that civic imagination, help people feel more strongly connected to others in their own community, their aspirations, their hopes, their fears, and determined to work together to make their communities whole again in a period of deep political polarization. So what do we mean by the civic imagination? Well, first of all, before we can create a better world, we need to imagine what a better world looks like. And here we see two different visions. One is an environmentally sustainable world envisioned by the science fiction movement around solar punk, and the other is Wakanda from the Black Panther movie, which has helped many Black Americans envision a different kind of Africa. Secondly, you must imagine yourself as a civic agent capable of making a difference. So we've seen the connection being made often between superheroes and emergency workers during the pandemic. You need to imagine yourself as part of a community of shared interest. And here we see a community gardens, which is one of the many places in Los Angeles that people come together and meet their neighbors, maybe for the first time. You need to imagine a process of change. Here the focus is on global education as a means of changing the world. You have to forge solidarity with groups whose perspectives are different from our own. And we see here the K-pop fans, again representing that bridge between Black American fans and fans in Korea and other places around the planet. We're deeply inspired by this work, by Stephen Duncombe, our colleague at NYU, who's I think well known to some of you in Korea. And Stephen talks about what he calls the tyranny of the possible. Tyranny of the possible is that thing that shuts us down whenever we think of other possibilities. It's the voice that says, it would be amazing if we could do this in our neighborhood, but we don't have the money, or the local government might be opposed to this, or we can never get the neighbors together to talk about it. Those are self-censoring remarks that stifle us from making the changes we believe necessary to make the world a better place. And so we want to encourage people to move beyond it. If we can't overcome those problems today, we may long term. And having a vision of where we want to lead is essential if we're ever going to move beyond the constraints of the current moment. We were also inspired by the work of Brazilian educator Paulo Freire, who tells us the imagination that takes us to possible and impossible dreams is always necessary. It is important to make it clear that imagination is not an exercise for those detached from reality, those who live in the air. On the contrary, when we imagine something, we do it necessarily conditioned by a lack in our own concrete reality. So the imagination is a tool by which we confront the contradictions in our current conditions and lobby or rally to change them to make the world a better place. And Freire supports this idea of using the imagination together, using the imagination not as simply an individual process, but a collective one to make a difference. So what is it we do in the Civic Imagination projects? Within ethical and civic boundaries, we work with diverse groups across differences to help them imagine together the possibility of a better world. We do it through a variety of cultural-based practices, workshops, which I will describe in more detail in just a minute. Our approach is rooted in participatory cultures, building on fan practices and those around speculative fiction in particular, those bringing about critical and creative engagement with popular culture. We're committed to the collective imagination and agency rather than the individual and personal. And we make connections between cultural practices and civic and political action. Today, politics has a strong cultural dimension and culture has a strong political dimension. So right now, one of our projects is working with the mayor of Los Angeles to think about what a memorial for the COVID years might look like. What are we memorializing? Where should such a memorial be placed? Who should be involved in the decisions to make it, and so forth. And we are going to be using our workshop-based practice in communities across Los Angeles to help them figure out the next steps in healing some of the wounds that were opened up by this difficult period in the world's history. A few weeks back, we went to the intersection of two small towns in West Virginia. We were working with National Public Radio's Us and Them podcast, which is producing an episode that will be released in November. The community we went to is one that is on the verge of becoming a 20th century ghost town. Their children are moving away. The economic base of these two towns have been devastated. We drove through streets that were largely deserted and onto a university campus where the university had been closed. We were in a community that had been supported for generations by coal mining, and the mines were now closed. And we met in a university library that no longer had any books. It was an empty shell of a building. And for a day, we brought together both the political leaders and community members from these two towns to think about the future together. Our first step was to have everyone bring a memory object. That is an object that was meaningful to them in terms of how they reflected on the history of their town and the social connections they felt to it. And we were struck from the very beginning by how connected this town was. These people had known each other their entire lives. In some cases, their parents and even their grandparents had known each other. By American standards, it was a deeply rooted community. The mayors of these two towns knew the local citizens well, and they were beloved figures. And they worked together across political differences to ensure the continued survival of their communities. They were willing to put aside partisan differences in order to depend on civic ties to fight for their future. And as we shared these memory objects, there was laughter, there was tears, there were shared stories, and those connections became very, very visible to everyone in that room. Then we did a variety of world-building activities that were designed to help them think about what the ideal future of their town might be, both in the very practical way, what needed to be done on the ground now, but also in the long-term vision of what a better future would look like. And then we asked people to make up stories that describe the process which might get us from the problems they confronted now to what a better world of tomorrow might look like. We were struck as we worked on the future with this community that they had difficulty imagining a future beyond what they'd already experienced and lost in the past. They were very much concerned with recovering what was gone in their community. They were driven by a sense of loneliness, a sense of being abandoned by their children and other family members, of being flyover territory, a place that most Americans never visited. And that sense of isolation and loneliness drove much of what they envisioned as a better world. Beyond that, I think their sense of how to bring about change relied very heavily on miracles. In one of the stories they made up, someone bought a winning lottery ticket and took the proceedings to help improve the quality of life in their town. And another, a billionaire, wandered off the highway to get gas, discovered their town, recognized its value, and contributed a massive amount to improve the quality of life there. These are the kinds of stories you make up when you have no resources and little hope for the future. But we saw the resources, the social resources, the cultural resources that might allow this community to survive and thrive. And it was by bringing those resources together and inspiring them that we hope to have a long-term impact on this community. This is what we've done in communities across the United States, in other communities elsewhere in the world, and what we would love to bring to Korea if we can forge a strong partnership with civic organizations and communities there. So we would love to hear from you if you have any thoughts about such a process. You can reach me at hjenkins@usc.edu. Thanks for listening.
네, 헨리
Thank you, Professor Henry Jenkins, for your presentation. Now, Dr. Hyun Hae-kyung, Principal Researcher at Jeju Research Institute, will talk about innovation of cities based on regional culture. Please welcome him with a big hand. It's an honor to meet you all in Jeju. Can you darken the light? Can I move this table a little bit, this podium, because it's too shiny? I would like to move a bit. Welcome to Jeju. I am Hyun Hae-kyung from Jeju Research Institute. I conduct research on cultural policies. I have wondered what would be the beginning of my research. We have visitors from overseas and from different parts of Korea. First of all, I would like to make this comment first. When you visited Jeju, if you take a look at the clothes and of Jeju residents, you will see the badge that represents the camellia flower. From 1948 to 1953, there was a massacre where 1/10 of the local population was massacred. and over 2 decades have passed to discover the truth of this incident. And this movement was led by the Culture and Arts Movement campaign in Jeju. This means that the power of the culture and arts have led the changes in the community, culture, and the entire culture. So changing the culture, innovating the culture, and sustaining the community has been led by the cultural activities. The slogan of the cultural city, Seogwipo, is the barren land, Seogwipo. Barren land, the Korean word noji, means that the land has no barriers or obstacles, which means that the noji will be the source of culture and the culture from the bottom. So the concept of Seogwipo City is a cultural slogan would be a little bit different from other cities. So the cultural movement from the bottom-up approach to culture will be very critical in terms of citizenship in the modern sense. I quickly viewed your presentation materials with a focus on the institutions and the projects. However, we should also focus on the growth of citizenship, I guess. And my presentation will be related to this. As you already know, culture is the totality of the lifestyles of a community, or it could, and the cities or a region will be the center of a concentrated center of a specific region. And when crossing these two concepts, with the focus on the city and the societal sense, it may have the economic and social aspects and political sense. However, the lifestyle culture will be the totality that would encompass all of these other concepts, and that will also help generate the uniqueness to this region, and it will also provide the driving force for the changes in the region. When talking about the culture, city, and changes, there are some typical concepts such as the discoveries, inventions, or dissemination. However, one of the key cultural innovations was found at the beginning of the modern society, because culture was the driving force of these changes in the rise of the modern society. Because it is difficult to understand because it is closely related to the concept of citizenship. So when we are faced with the new types of society, we have entered this space, the modern society, through new symbols. And in the 21st century, the culture has become a huge discourse. And against the backdrop, there were concepts of the societal factors, such as at the late capitalist society, we saw the rise of culture. However, the development of democracy was important. The changes led by culture were seen. You can see on the slide, you saw the revitalization of the urban spaces or industrial cultures or the living conditions. And you also saw the ranking based on the culture. And we are now looking at the phenomena related to culture, and they have been institutionalized. And that is the recent trend. You can see the laws and regulations institutionalized, especially focusing on the regeneration of the cities, rehabilitation of the cities. And there are also laws and regulations and institutions concerning the cultural projects. And there are also other institutions that are related to the lifestyles. And we also have the ordinances, provincial ordinances related to culture. So in the 2000s, we have seen a growing number of enactment in terms of culture-related laws and regulations. And these laws and regulations and institutions are related to the launch of projects related to the cultures. And we also see the documentation projects, especially with the focus on the lives of the citizens and led by the citizens. That is noteworthy. And we also have the classification, and we also have the social ranking based on the culture. With that, there are many similar organizations, and there are issues over the consolidation or closing, shutdown of some redundant institutions. However, we have some centers that are related to the lifestyles and the cities of culture that with the new concept have emerged. And we're also seeing the outcomes of these projects as well. For example, some professional art performances have become more professionalized, and we also see the harmonization between different cultural and art-related projects. You also see the ecosystem focusing on the cities, and these are also connected to the identity issues of the region. However, institutionalization also lead to some different regions. When creating institutions and projects, we need the prior premise, that is the growth of citizenship. However, after institutionalizing this cultural aspect, the citizenship of the residents have been mitigated. So how to build a self-reliant cultural aspect and space will be a critical issue in Korea. When thinking of culture, we will talk about probably the trajectory of human people. In the 21st century, we have been through the reinterpretation of the society and the locality and culture. And we have seen the new identity and locality created in the 21st century. And I would like to share with you some case examples. We have the urban rehabilitation project in Miryang, Gyeongnam Province. We have the shutter project. They paint the shutters with pretty pictures. And we also have the City of Culture aspect too. And we have the Culture City Center that lead other different projects. We have examples found in Yeosu. Yeosu is known for General Lee Sun-shin in the Joseon Dynasty and the turtle ship. And they have created projects focusing on that. And I have visited recently Gochang, another Gyeongsang Province city, and they were looking for some ways to create or develop some projects with the focus on culture. My focus is on the documentation of the lives of people that has been nationalized. A project, a nationwide project that has been based on the provincial ordinances, and it is also tied with the expansion of citizenship. It has the cultural archetype that is documented, and another aspect of this project is to create prototypes such as content. And we are now building some models on this basis. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hyun. Now we'll share domestic and international case examples in session 2. First, we will listen to an overseas case on New York City in the United States. The topic is the local community of innovation through culture, and the speaker is Ms. Pam Corsa, co-chair at the Americans for the Arts. Please.
Happy to be with you today at the International Conference of Cities of Culture. My name is Pam Corsa, and I'm joining you from Massachusetts in the United States. And I first want to thank Professor Lee for inviting me to participate today. Let me tell you where I am working professionally. I co-direct the Animating Democracy program at Americans for the Arts. And let me tell you a little bit about ourselves. Americans for the Arts is a national arts advocacy and service organization based in Washington, D.C. And our mission is to build recognition and support for the extraordinary and dynamic value of the arts in America. My program, Animating Democracy, has been around for more than 20 years, always centered on strengthening the role of arts and culture in community development and civic engagement and social change. And over time, we've created lots of resources that synthesize what can be learned from the work that's happening on the ground by artists and cultural organizations, the kinds of models and approaches and quality practices at the intersection of arts and civic. So my topic today, and let me just call up my slides here for a moment. My topic today is artists working in and with local government to activate change. Over the past decade, more and more local governments across the United States are turning to artists in communities of all sizes, departments such as public health, emergency services, housing, violence prevention, as well as planning and community development agencies are engaging artists to bring creative approaches to participatory democracy and citizenship and new perspectives and strategies to problem solving and systems change. And in the wake of COVID and racial injustices, it's become all too clear that complex issues and problems require new ways of working. So in the past 5 years, Animating Democracy's work has focused on partnerships between local government and artists. And we want to know, what does the work look like when these two things come together? How do artists and agencies work effectively, and what are the kinds of outcomes of their work? Partnerships are different from traditional contracts for services and commissions. They suggest a kind of mutuality of purpose and benefit. They suggest sharing of risk and responsibilities, as well as resources and the rewards of the work. They're about transformational change rather than simply transactions. And so when municipal leaders and staff work in partnership with artists, they address issues differently and often better than either could do alone. So I'd like to take a look at the reasons why local government might partner with artists. And one is certainly to increase and enhance civic participation. Many people in the US, whether they are in rural communities or are people of color or economically disadvantaged, have not necessarily felt welcomed to public processes due to all kinds of historic and continuing inequities in systems and structures, perpetuated often by local government. They feel left out by the way invitations are made or language and communications are done. And even when they do participate, they may feel unheard. And as a result, government may be less likely to address their needs. Creative practices can make people feel more welcome. They can make meetings more enjoyable and lead to a more level playing field of exchange. In other words, artists and their creative strategies can really bring and create space for those who have been left out. And planning departments and agencies are certainly part of that picture. And I'd like to talk a little bit about this example, which is the New River Valley Planning Commission, an independent planning agency in rural Virginia, which serves multiple towns and is funded by the local governments in those towns. It sought to improve and expand public involvement in a comprehensive regional plan. The planning processes would happen over many months and be addressing a wide range of needs, from housing to transportation and infrastructure, literally, issues that affect basically everybody. But many people in rural communities felt disenfranchised and stopped attending meetings. So the Planning Commission partnered with Virginia Tech University and the theater department there, both faculty and students, to bring theater making techniques into the process to stimulate public conversation about the future of the communities. So for example, they use story circles, which are an inherently democratic process developed by artists that honor lived experience. And so people were invited to tell and hear the stories of their fellow citizens about local places that they valued. They learned what it is to grapple with and understand individual level, neighborhood level, regional interests. And Professor Bob Leonard talked about it afterwards and said, following the first storytelling circle, those who had been most resistant in past kinds of public conversations to participating realized that they were actually expressing very deeply held values that they thought they would never communicate in a public forum. They said the story circle technique helped them learn about the complexities of the issues through hearing different perspectives and needs. I think one of my favorite pieces of this work for this organization was the use of a board game, as you see people playing here, which was developed by Sojourn Theater, another theater company. And players have the sort of hypothetical experience of making decisions about land use through this game, which sort of is a rehearsal and a way of getting inside process before the actual process of the community forums. So in fact, the number of people who participated increased. It kept them involved in a long process, and the planners brought their ideas into planning decisions, which benefited everyone. Partnerships can also address issues of public safety. And in the US, and dare I say the world, we are facing an unrelenting range of emergencies and disasters and other public health kinds of issues. And this is causing local governments to be prepared and respond in new and different ways. In the early months rather, of the COVID pandemic, in the city of New Haven, Connecticut, the mayor's office and the health department initiated a partnership with the Department of Cultural Affairs. And they were mounting a citywide mask up messaging campaign, again, at the early stage of the pandemic. A key concern was how to reach Black and Brown communities at greatest risk for contracting COVID, and in these communities where government is not exactly highly trusted, especially by young people. And so the Department of Cultural Affairs right away thought to employ young artists of color who were also social media influencers to deliver the mask up message. And these influencers had the trust and the reach in the communities of color that they were looking for. The messages and images of artists like you see in this image here appeared on billboards and buses in space, advertising space donated by local businesses. And the Mask Up campaign at this kind of wide reach was highly effective. It not only influenced behavior, but sent the message to young Black and Brown people that the city actually did recognize them in a way that was meaningful to them. Another, what I would say is a most important and significant direction in the U.S. right now in terms of these partnerships are programs that embed artists in municipal government. There are several of note around the country. Most are administered by local arts councils or commissions that are public agencies, part of city government. And by putting artists in residence within city government, sometimes even as full or part-time employees, they become more integrated in the day-to-day work. They develop deeper relationships with staff and gain understanding of the department's work and ways of working. And staff gain a deeper sense of the many ways that artists and their creative processes can actually impact the civic goals of the agency. Here, the slide lists 4 of those programs across the country, but there are indeed many more. So when artists are working inside city departments, they are positioned quite naturally to address internal issues such as workplace morale or team building or interracial tensions. And participatory art making methods have proved to help break down the kinds of barriers that often prevent honest and open communications. And they can stimulate that sort of outside the box thinking and foster pride in employees' work. And they can also just add an element of fun and comfort in working through the challenges that are often existing in workplaces. So the example I would like to give here is from the Creative City Making program in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And it's an example of fostering a more responsive government. For almost a decade, the Creative City Making program has been playing a very dynamic role in advancing a citywide goal to eliminate economic and racial inequities and disparities in the city. So experienced community artists are identified, and they are working with staff in and across multiple city departments to change the kind of complex rules, procedures, and behavior patterns within government bureaucracy that need to be improved in order for there to be better services for city residents. And one agency, the Regulatory Services Department, partners aim to transform culture, the agency culture, so that housing inspectors could more equitably interact with and listen to low-income public housing tenants. The artists engaged inspectors in theater scenarios to promote deep personal reflection about their attitudes toward tenants. You know, what are the sources of frictions, and to build more competency in working across cultures, since many of these residents were immigrants and refugees to the city. They also led workshops with tenants to better understand their perspectives about the regulations that they are supposed to live by. And inspectors actually reported after the first phase of work that they were beginning to feel more comfortable talking about the difficult conversations around race. They felt more empathy for the residents in the public housing developments, and were increasingly more willing to advocate on behalf of those residents. So these examples help give a taste of how artists are working with and within municipal agencies. But I would be remiss if I didn't point out how very challenging this work is, as you can imagine. And my slides from this point forward are from the online resource that Animating Democracy created with our partner, A Blade of Grass, to help both municipal artists, municipalities and the artists they work with work better together. So a few recommendations that I will pull out of this guide. The first being gauging readiness for partnership. So, you know, what attitudes and conditions and resources might a municipality need to have in place? And so there are a number of questions that a municipal agency might ask itself. And I'll pull out a few here. And I'm sorry for all the words on the slide. You can perhaps refer back later. But those questions might be like, do we have internal buy-in? And what, if not, what preliminary work is needed to ensure that leaders and staff do buy into the whole of what will be needed for partnerships to work? Can and will we as an agency commit the time and resources to pay fairly to a compensation for artists, to provide them with the kind of space and access to staff and other resources that they'll need to do their best work? How open are we to new ways of working that might actually disrupt our usual practices? Where can we, you know, bend a little bit, and where do we want to set limits for the risks that might be inherent in the work? And do we have the right internal liaison, the right person who can be an effective ally and champion on behalf of both the artist and the agency? And this needs to be someone who has credibility and authority within the system to advance the work, but also not somebody who's so high up on in the hierarchy that they don't have the time or capacity to be effective in that role. Another area to explore in a partnership is understanding the differences that artists and government professionals bring to the work, the different ways of working, the different value systems perhaps, and the understanding from the start that frictions will occur. And so how do you help to prevent those or deal with them when they do crop up? Many of the challenges that partners encounter relate to assumptions and misperceptions of the others. So for example, Artists may assume that government staff have little aptitude or interest in the arts, when in fact, many government workers do have an interest and do have experience at some level. Landscape architects are trained in design, but other people may come with a more lived experience of valuing of the arts. And municipal staff may assume that artists have little or no knowledge of community issues, when in fact they have perhaps lived them and or studied them themselves. Language and communication are other common challenge points. Just speaking in different terms and from different discipline training. Different views of risk-taking. Municipalities are set up to avoid or minimize risk, whereas artists see risk as a sort of natural part of their creative process. And I would say that, the lack of understanding of each other's professional norms, expertise, and cultures certainly does play into those different differences. When we did our interviews for the research on the guide, an urban planner said, it really helps when artists understand how hard our work is, and they may see one issue and we see its connection to 10 other issues, and maybe 3 different political routes to make change, and that change is going to take 5 years. So getting inside the realities of the system. Artist Meryl Euclides, who you see in this photo in her younger days, has spent literally more than 40 years working on and off in the New York City Sanitation Department. And she advises artists, you need to know that you're not entering a studio space. You have to be prepared to learn the mission of the agency, its physical presence, the people who work there. It's a pre-existing place that's different and often quite complicated. But she then also advises municipal agencies to give the artists freedom to invent what they do, to be their creative selves, and that they need to trust the artists to develop interventions and develop strategies that sometimes are a little bit risk-taking, but generally do have a payoff. So this kind of intentional relationship building should be a major part of the early stage of partnering with ample time devoted to it. And there is a tool in the Municipal Artist Partnership Guide. This is pulled out from it. It's a much longer tool than what you see here, but it's meant to raise a number of questions and provide a sort of platform for dialogue between artists and staff in the early stages of getting to know each other, what each needs to know about the other. It includes questions that can spark conversations and help partners acknowledge those differences and anticipate them and really take advantage of the best of them. Happily, it can reveal where there's common ground as well. So finally, I know that you all are looking for, always looking for ways to connect across the knowledge ecosystem around the globe. And in the United States, I offer up 3 agencies besides Animating Democracy and Americans for the Arts, where you might find some fertile opportunity. The American Planning Association is the big trade association for planners, recently established an arts and planning division. And so there's perhaps opportunity there. The International City County Management Association, these are local government professionals dedicated to creating and sustaining thriving communities. They have staff as well that are devoted to arts and culture. Creative Community Builders is a consulting agency. Tom Borup is the lead consultant. He has done quite a bit of work and intersections in South Korea. I think he's been to visit at least 3 times. And so is quite a relevant resource for you. So on that note, I would like to just thank you for the opportunity to talk with all of you. I hope you've gotten something out of this presentation. I hope you'll visit our website and the Municipal Artist Partnership Guide. And I wish you well in the work that you're doing. Thank you.
네, 펜코르자
Thank you, Ms. Pam Korsat. Now we will share the domestic cases, and it will be spoken by Kim Sun-hye, Director of the Regional Wonju Creative and Art Cultural City Support Center. Hello, I am Kim Sun-hye, Director of the Culture Support Center at Wonju. Wonju has a table where citizens join us in creating setting the agendas, and currently we have 60 different tables, and of that we focus on the picture book discussion table. Can a single individual lead the cultural development? Would that be impossible? Yes, it is possible, because if a citizen develops a picture book project, then it is possible. I have read this in the past, recently. That means that the power of local culture comes from the accumulated power, which means that the individual power have been accumulated and with the collective experiences in that. When in terms of accumulation, when taking a look at the picture books, you can see the stories of how individual citizens created a story and built the changes and led changes in the culture. But the stories begin with the story of a specific individual. In 2001, a poet moved to Wonju, and she read some of her poems to the children, and there was a picture book library where activists joined to read the stories to the children. There are civil activists. They thought that they needed something bigger than their travel bags, so they wanted to create a small libraries only dedicated to the picture books. And the then director of the support center wanted to provide support, and the public government officials helped the activists and the publishers and to build a community focusing on the picture books, and especially by utilizing a bus. And now this has become a social signature that has led the cultural project. And in 2016, Wonju was designated as a culturally specialized area, and we began developing the projects based on these picture book buses and the libraries. And we opened this new library dedicated only to picture books, and the picture book activists could use this as their community space. when seen from the outside, it can be just a space for activists. However, when taking a look into the projects, it is a space where they have helped build the institutions to boost the cultural activities in Wonju. And in the past 2 years, we had a very busy time creating policies and incubating the projects, and that's the green picture book center is currently a social cooperative union, and it is now assigned to a private sector for its operation, where people gather to create projects and they build the local cultural contents and accumulate them, and they also participate in the cultural events. And it is the cultural center that has the picture book support center. And when we complete the construction of the picture book support center next year, then it will be the hub for the support projects for the cultural events. And we also created a book that contains how we launch it and develop this project. First of all, I said that we have the picture book table, and the picture book table is, as you can see on the slide, the agents of different projects gather together and make decisions and put them into practice. And this is what we accomplished in the picture book project in Wonju. The picture book project was the first project that was institutionalized in Wonju, and that is a prototype of the Wonju's cultural program, and it has become the driving force to enrich the cultural competitiveness of the city. And secondly, it is the model for local policy options at a national level. The most important thing is how we produce the time, how we visualized and realized the accumulated time in the cultural project. And promoting this type of project, this picture book project was the leader in this sense. Can a story of an individual person become the culture of a city? Yes, it is. And it is also visualized as a power of the culture city, Wonju. Thank you, Ms. Kim, for your presentation. Now I will invite Ko Yoon-jung, Director of Busan Yeongdo Culture City Center, who will speak to us about regional changes driven by city branding. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Nice to meet you all. We've been promoting 8 important projects. So today I'd like to talk about Doshi branding, one of them. And the changes the Yeongdo Culture City caused by Doshi city branding. The intangible concepts are hard to understand because it is intangible, it is not physical. So we change this concept into symbols like a heart. You can see this one, and it can visualize the tangible concept. This is a visualized communication. So I understood that this kind of visualized communication is necessary. So we thought it would be better if we could come up with some kind of visualized communication, visualized symbols to remind people of the culture city, Yeongdo. The businesses are the most active players in changing or creating this kind of visualized symbols. They create logos so that they created integrated symbol for their businesses. However, uniform branding way has also changed over time. Businesses move away from a uniform or symbolize one symbol to diverse ways of signifying symbols. Since cultural branding has become more important, many local governments have been promoting specific specialties of their cities. However, there aren't many things that distinguish themselves from others. Unlike businesses with intended purposes, cities or local governments need to build their city branding in terms of the residents. But currently, the city branding has been done from the perspective of tourism. However, in the case of Portugal, Melbourne, reflecting the diversity of the cities and reasons there, they are well known for their kind of city brandings there. So we have 4 goals in this Yeongdo, and that's the way or the directions that we've been pursuing this kind of city branding. First one is the cultural value, its own value, and it should be led by local residents, and creativity should be utilized to promote growth, and social innovation should be raised. That is the basis for our city branding in Yeongdo. First of all, about the unique value, cultural value. How can we identify values, unique values of Yeongdo? We have 4 islands, and the identity, cultural identity of the city. It was used not just one logo, but these are the branding principles. The way is simple. Just you can draw anything that expresses yourself within one box. You can draw your faces or everything, any images in one box, one square box. So these are the unique colors, 8 colors to Yeongdo, and the same contrast and same color were applied to these 8 colors, and these became the symbol of the Yeongdo to branding, city branding. Many cities use English words for their branding. However, in Yeongdo, we created this kind of type font unique to Yeongdo using the Korean alphabet. And so this is the font of the Yeongdo, and you can draw this kind of branding images of the Yeongdo. These are the flexible identities of Yeongdo, we can say that. And the second one is should be led by local residents. Culture city is about the civic participation. So how can citizens participate in city branding? When we create something of a city branding, only the city government is the one to use it, not the residents. But we had approached it differently, so we invited residents to come up with something together. We invite them through the education processes or workshop processes. So residents now have considered this kind of and they use this kind of one line, using the one line to create something unique for them. For example, they create their cafe menu board or product or exhibition using this kind of Yeongdo font, using one line, only one line. And also they use this Yeongdo font on their social media. And also we have been creating basis for growth using creativity. So a lot of people in Yeongdo moved to Seoul, especially designers moved to Seoul to learn differently. But we introduced something new or interesting to these designers, and then we support them working together with the local businesses, and also with conducting some culture city branding courses for the civil workers, the officials, government officials, and all the different local businesses are using local branding of the Yeongdo. The players or actors who participated in this process are the ones who use this branding themselves. All the community centers and libraries, they are also making their own space for the branding, and where play can be work and people can work together. So together with designer, we've been working together, and this Yeongdo has got image as a place for designers to work effectively. So a lot of designers held this kind of project every summer with their own expense, and they work together to thinking about this Yeongdo branding images together. And the last is the social innovation, which is the one of the things that the Yeongdo is putting an importance as well. As I mentioned before, every place is in Yeongdo. Visual culture is everywhere in Yeongdo, reflecting the Yeongdo's identity. So pamphlets, posters in places or public places are using this kind of images or the branding images. So you can Yeongdo font can be downloaded online, and so whenever you can download this one, you have to read this story about Yeongdo branding. So these are the goods that promote the Yeongdo's image together, creating economic values, economic growth here. As you can see here, all these goods are created or produced by utilizing the Yeongdo branding image as well. And as a result, the International Design Excellent Awards were awarded to Yeongdo third time. And so IDEA, Red Design. So Yeongdo is the first city in Korea to receive this Red Dot Award. And ID Design Award and AID. These three awards, Triple Crown is the award Yeongdo received. And Yeongdo will continue to work enacting the city ordinances to further promote the branding image of the Yeongdo, so that the value of the city branding will be further enhanced. Thank you.
고윤정 센터장.
Thank you, Ms. Go, for your presentation. Next, Mr. Kang Seung-jin, Director of the Cultural Cities Center of Chuncheon Culture Foundation, will give a presentation titled Cities Can Be a Salon. Please welcome him with a big hand. I am the last speaker of this session. I wonder if I should use up my allocated time or shorten my presentation. Well, the topic of my presentation is well known to the speakers, and the materials distributed also have the details of our project. The cities can be the salon. I would like to make 3 key points. First of all, I listened to some really good examples told by my previous speakers, and I I would like to focus more on the strategic thinking of how the cultural city project should go on. This project is usually focused on what kind of activities can be of citizens can be incorporated on one specific space. So in that process, we are missing some important cities, important aspects of the city. And these missing dots, if you are thinking of them, then there will be tons of dots. And Chuncheon doesn't have a large space where we can incorporate all of these dots. So we decided to create more than 100 citizen-led community activities that could be considered as these dots. And due to the inability of moving to other regions under the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to consider the space called the old downtown area. And we considered the old downtown area as a greater space than any other space. And we considered this site as the center where people could be regathered. And we are now creating stories where people could create their other stories in that space. You can see there are resting spaces, the neighborhood spaces, and outdoor spaces, and there are also cross area as well. And we put lots of cultural aspects into them. And the Salon for Everyone, this is a project where people can use the abandoned spaces for new purposes. And there is also the Chuncheon Playing. The city is the playground project, is where the neighborhood parks could be used as a space where people can get together. There is also the project. This is actually the topic of my presentation. The cities can be a salon. This is a support project for the communities that utilize the neighborhood spaces. In 2020, we discovered 25 spaces, and in 2021, 57 sites, and this year we're planning to develop 77 spaces. And this is the project where the owners of these spaces could be encouraged to develop their dreams. There are many owners of these spaces who actually built their spaces with a greater dream, but they had no opportunities to boost the development of their dreams. And these anticipations were incorporated with the purposes of the project, and this is where how we provide, deliver their values in life. And as you can see on the slide, the owners of the spaces move beyond their own spaces and encounter with the residents in their communities. And there is also a networking gathering for the owners of the spaces as well, where they share the knowledge and case examples and build a self-reliant capacity. And last year, we held a forum for self-reliance. When it comes to the support, many businesses just tend to be reliant on the support schemes, and there have been many critical ideas presented during the gathering, and that was the beginning where we created some of the archives and other aspects that could be discussed during subcommittee meetings. And we're also extending and expanding those subcommittee meetings to a greater level to discuss different topics. And some of the owners want to meet a greater number of visitors, and in that case, we help them open their spaces for travelers too. And we also focused on the emotions of the owners of the spaces too. And we had the ideas that those emotions could be expressed as in different colors. And in Chuncheon, the individual spaces, individual spaces could be a daily space for specific actions and creativity. We had the concept of the cultural safety net. That could be a very abstract term, but we wanted to specify that, which means that we could reach to the space within a 10-minute walk and 10-minute by bike and 10-minute by cars. And that is a culture that we can encounter in our daily lives. Hopefully you will visit Chuncheon when you have time. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Kang, for your presentation. And with this, we will conclude session 2, cultural engagement and the innovation of local communities. And we will take a 20-minute break. We will take a short break and we'll be resume the session at 5:20.
네, 그럼 지금부터 라운드
We will now begin the roundtable meeting. The title is The Future Strategies and International Cooperation Plans as a platform for regional innovation. This will be chaired by Professor Lee Tae-jun of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. Hello, I am Lee Tae-jun from the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. And I thank you all for staying with us for so many hours to discuss the Cities of Culture policies. And in this roundtable, we will share the ideas and comments about the presentations, and we will also talk about the future directions. And we have the key presenters of today. We also have those who take the lead role in the Cities of Culture project. Since we're behind the schedule, I would like to give you or share some questions in short, and we'll also accept some questions from the floor. Looking at the presentations, basically, your presentations were focused on the aspects and perspectives and the case examples about the Cities of Culture project, especially as a platform for regional development. I would like to
새로운 지역 발전과 혁신을 위한 문화 기반, 문화 창의 기반 새로운 아이디어.
Tae-jun, so what do we need for the systems? Well, I think the first thing is that we can benefit from these Cities of Culture labels as a tool for catalyzing the development of an ecosystem, because I think what it does is it brings together different stakeholders around a common vision. It's an opportunity to raise awareness about culture and to bring those who maybe have not worked together and in the past. And I think this issue of working across different departments, so not just culture department, but thinking about the links with the small business support, thinking about the links with citizen engagement and inclusion and participation. So it's really starting to build that infrastructure in the public sector, but also the links with the private sector and civil society. So for this to be an opportunity to create, for example, a living lab out of the city, that it becomes an opportunity for business development, for citizen engagement. And so it really is a culture shift in the way we think about culture policy.
Okay. 네, 감사합니다. 아마도 이제
Thank you. The Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport has the Smart City project, and the Ministry of Culture also has the Living Lab project that engages citizens. And in that sense, we will have a greater level of and sustainable level of impacts, and that requires a very higher level of cooperative governance.
Yes.
to the same questions. Sako, please.
Yes, I think that, of course, in addition to what Karen said, that I think is a fundamental point, there is another two ones that are important. First of all, there is not a single recipe to culture-led development. Every city is a different story. They have different assets, they have a different context, and everyone has to find their own way. This is difficult because, of course, it would be easier just to imitate the successful examples and replicate them, but that's always wrong. I have never seen a case in which a city imitating another city does good. So this also has to do with soul searching, so to speak. What is the spirit of the city? How can we translate the spirit of the city into a specific vision and action? And this really involves all citizens. Of course, there is a planning sector. Of course, there are strategists. But if it does not become a project that is really pulled by the whole community together, really in terms of co-creation, it could not be successful. The second point is evaluation. One of the reasons why culture is not taken seriously by policymakers from other areas is that we tell lots of nice stories. We show very nice pictures of people happy doing strange things. But if this does not translate into specific evaluation metrics that the policymakers can appreciate, the fact that we show nice photos is backfiring, because they say, okay, these people play games, but they are not really into serious business. We really have to show them, by their own standards, their own criteria, that culture makes the difference. So from this point of view, I think that bringing in sophisticated evaluation methods to assess our projects is crucial if we want to be taken seriously.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. As you have seen, there is a data economy and the shift to the digital economy. In that sense, we need the evidence-based designs. And just like that, we need the evidence-based design in the cultural industries, and that was emphasized by him. And he also emphasized the co-creation and cooperation in different sectors that should be dynamic and more innovative and creative. Thank you for your comment. And now let's take a look, a more deeper look into the different projects. We have the points that the cultural shift initiative needs to seek. And in the projects for cities of culture, we have to focus more on these issues, and I'd like to listen more closely to Lee Jung-mi from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism in terms of policies. Thank you. We are here. We have 18 cities of culture gathered here. First of all, I would like to thank the officials in the Cities of Culture program, and I would also like to thank the invited speakers from overseas, especially Professor Sacco and Ms. McGuire. My ministry has focused on cultures so that we could enrich the livelihoods and lives of people. This project has been promoted for over the past 3 years, and we have achieved many accomplished. We especially established the culture brands in different cities, and we also established the infrastructure where citizens can enjoy the cultural lives. And we also strengthened the governance and the institutions so that the region could be culturally self-reliant. And based on these accomplishments, we would like to go further. And the Ministry of Culture has been designing the City of Culture 2.0 initiative as a greater sense. Regional development through culture and regional innovation through culture would be the keys. And we would also like to foster some small but strong cities in the local communities, and so that these cities could develop together and would lead to balanced regional development at the national level. And there's also an aspect where the regionally specialized strategies that would involve the uniqueness and differentiated strategies of a specific city. And attending this conference today, I could think of what would be the exact strategies for the future of the advanced level of cultural city initiative. There are 3 aspects I thought of. The first one is the uniqueness, the locality of a region, just as Professor Sacco mentioned, the soul searching. This is a very difficult process, as you mentioned. looking for resources and contents and attractiveness of a specific region should be developed and discovered so that we can promote the sustainable development of a region. And secondly, we should foster creative and innovative, talented individuals. Professor Mo Jong-nin talked about the creative individuals in the local regions. They are called local creators. And in the end, these local creators, locally talented individuals, will create and generate resources and products in the local community. If we can foster these talented individuals, then that will be the key issue in leading the local development. And the third part is the convergence, cooperation, and networking among people. For example, the Cities of Culture project involves the tourism, sports, and culture within my ministry, and projects could be infused. And we could also work with other ministries of land infrastructure and transport, and we could also work with the SME ministry, and we could also work with public administration ministry for different projects to be fused. And going further, we could cooperate between cities. I was really surprised by the case examples of Cheonan working with Toulouse in France. It is a good strategy for a city could extend its boundaries and develop further. Thank you. I really appreciate your efforts for this City of Culture project. And hopefully, this City of Culture initiative would be the next hub for the another K wave. And we talked about the 3 key points of the City of Culture project. Especially this program, and it should be premised on cooperation between the ministries, and it is a very important part. Thank you. We're talking about the governments, the international organizations, and academia. In fact, at the front line of the culture of City of Culture program, the promotion centers would be leading this program. And we invited the heads of the centers from Seogwipo City and Kimhae City. In Kimhae City, were there any recent success stories or any other plans you have in mind for the 2023 year?
Well, Professor Sarko talked about the platform, social and social sustainability. I understand he emphasized the importance of the 3 things. And we've been thinking a lot about this platform as well. You can see here in this exhibition, there are about 40 connected projects. These are not the projects funded by the culture-related projects, but these are the cooperative projects. Well, there have been more than 400 projects last year, and I believe there will be more this year. And so these are the thing that proves that the culture of city centers grow as well with this kind of projects. Let me just talk about briefly Kimhae. Kimhae was a capital of the Kumgwangkaya 100,000 years ago, and population is about 560,000, and it's growing in the southern Gyeongsang province. And our Kimhae is the only place designated as the history-based culture city. So I'd like to talk about two cases briefly. We are focused on history, so we are creating contents based on history and connecting these programs with the small businesses. So typically, produces or the specialties in cities, they have their own brands for their these brands. So we have our own brands, Kimedo or Kayado. Also, but I don't think there are many cases where this kind of city brands are connected to these special brands. But we are planning to launch our own city brand. And we've been working on online system in terms of payment system or the delivery system. So we'll be launching it in November. And a lot of different cultural contents will be delivered through this kind of platform. And we are working on it currently. And also, when we talk about city budget, as usually the city administration is working on it actively, but last year about 40 billion Korean won was the budget last year, and it was spent on the workshops with the citizens together. So basically the budget is planned to be spent on not only the things led by the government, local government only, but also the other projects where citizens can work together. So we have 8 projects planned under the planning phase at this moment, and they are we are considering these projects for the budgeting next year, and we are currently thinking about working together with the citizens and experts in this field as well. And lastly, I hope the culture, the cities of culture in Korea might want to work together with the international cities as well.
Now let's listen to the stories of the Seogwipo Center for City of Culture. When starting the project, we had lots of things to consider. First of all, we had the unique culture focusing on the stones. As Jeju was designated as a World Natural Heritage by UNESCO in 2007, although it was quite beneficial at the Jeju-wide level, but at the village level or neighborhood level or the culture city level, it was difficult to manage or handle the specific uniqueness. So when we're talking we had considerations on these cultural aspects. And secondly, in Jeju, we have the 3 directions. The southern part is called, Seogwipo is called the southern part, and we also have the eastern and the northern part, and we also have the mountain at the center of this island. So over the mountain, there is Jeju City that has the population around 0.5 million, and the other 0.17 million lives in the Seogwipo area. Although the population doesn't reduce in size, but the young generations leave this island after graduation. We're just maintaining this population because of the influx of population. And thirdly, we have the Meteorological Science Center and the Typhoon Center and many other scientific research and data centers in Seogwipo City, which represents the severity of the climate change happening in Seogwipo City. I listened to the stories told by the women divers to talk about the changes in the sea, and in that sense, how we can create a model for new cities considering the natural changes. And this is what we should consider with the citizens of Seogwipo City at the council. And many settlements, many neighborhoods in Seogwipo City, they think about the MICE industry. Actually, we are experiencing the decreasing number of group tourists. However, after the COVID-19 and the post-COVID-19 era, we're focusing more on the settlement environments. Just as Professor Mo said, Jeju has many shops in the different towns and villages, and they also have their common pool resources, and there are also young designers that were born and raised in the local communities, and they sell foods and many other resources and items in the local communities. And there are also bookshops and the theaters that could serve as a space for cultural activities. And in the process, we could solve some of the issues that were created in the process of some different agendas and issues happening in across Jeju Island. And secondly, we're talking about the gradients or the level playing ground. In the last year, we talked about how we were creating different types of projects to engage people. And this year, we're thinking of launching a roundtable where people could freely engage, and especially to discuss how to resolve and tackle climate change, and where Seogwipo City could create cooperation projects for artists to resolve climate change issues. And thirdly, I talked about the leakage of the brain, young, talented individuals. When thinking that Seogwipo would be successful in terms of culture, then young people would feel like visiting, returning to Seogwipo City or not leaving Seogwipo City, and that will be a success story for Seogwipo City. And in that sense, we're focusing on fostering the talented individuals specialized in metabus. Thank you. We listened to the projects led by the centers in Gimhae and Seogwipo City. And now I would like to ask you the last question because we're behind the schedule. Cities of culture have attracted a lot of attention from overseas. We have the visitor from OECD. We also have Professor Sako from Europe. And hope maybe leaving this city, leaving this conference, you will have expectations and you would
견해를 좀
any opinions you would like to share with us when leaving this conference?
제가 기대하는 바는
That I think that this process of development transition South Korea is undergoing in this moment is very promising. I see lots of potential, and I see also a very clear focus on how culture can become a transformational social topic for the future. The point I think is crucial now is to establish a solid competence base, not because so far, I mean, Korea has been extremely successful from the point of view of creative contents on the global markets, but it's important to solidify this also with state-of-the-art innovative approaches in local development and planning. In this sense, I think that there can be really a big exchange, not only with Europe, I think with several different parts of the world, but probably in a moment like this, I expect to see in the next 5 years very good projects coming out from several Korean cities on the basis of what I heard. I think that many of the case studies, practically all the case studies that were presented were very interesting and they are moving in the right direction.
네, 감사합니다. Karen, could you please?
Thank you. Well, first, it was really a great honor to be here and to hear about all the exciting activities that are taking place in different cities of culture, and we look forward to also sharing that in future OECD reports and highlighting some of these examples. I think, as Pierluigi mentioned, there is a journey in the theory of cultures, of cities of culture. So there are sort of different waves internationally on how you do them, what the focus is. Korea has an opportunity to leapfrog and learn already from the historical patterns you've seen in other places. So that's a great opportunity you have here. I would also say that each city will have its own journey, and as we saw from the examples, some of these regions, some of these cities, they've been trying for 10, 20, 30 years, and they have seen an evolution in their ability to use culture. I think also the importance of really thinking about where you can move the needle or have a transformation to avoid it being a bit a set of projects. But at the end, when the projects are done, you don't have the legacy. And I think this is a really important international learning. And I think joining cities of culture in Korea with other cities that have been capitals of culture or had interesting initiatives would be a great way to cement and continue that learning. And I also think that it requires a little bit of a shift also in our thinking on policies, because it means also being honest when you try something and maybe it didn't work as you expected, but you really learned something very important. And so there's no shame in saying, we tried this, maybe we should shift gears. And I think it's this ability to track progress and respond when you see that something is maybe not going to work as you expected, so that you don't wait 5 years to find out that you needed to shift gears. So I think this is a very valuable opportunity for this ongoing sharing, and especially that you can leapfrog here in Korea from the history that you've seen internationally.
네, 감사합니다. 유럽의 문화도시 그리고 OECD
Thank you. There could the private-led cities of culture, government cooperative cities of culture, and global cities of culture, and these three aspects could be the key points of your expectations. I know you had you are now kind of exhausted attending this conference, and closing this conference, I would like to mention that the Cities of Culture program will be the driving force of the enrichment and advancement of cultures. And thank you for staying with us for long hours. Thank you. We are now wrapping up the roundtable, and I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants. Thank you for staying with us and for this meaningful event. Through this international conference on the cities of culture, we created a forum for communication and networking on the culture cities. Especially this event had talked about the roles and functions of the cities of culture, and it was also a platform, a forum, where we could share the ideas on the innovative ecosystems. And starting from 7 o'clock today, we will have a special session on cooperation and networking between the Republic of Korea and the United Kingdom. All of those involved in this initiative will be allowed to attend this conference. And starting from tomorrow, we will begin the expo that will continue for 3 days. And hopefully you will all enjoy the expo. And this will conclude the conference on the cities of culture. And thank you for staying with us.